Hello, good morning. Sorry for the long pre-roll. I was held up. Hey guys, how's it going? How's life? Hey Zeroth, hey Nanometer. Let's put the tea in the water. Alright. So I decided to spend another day on this since it looked promising yesterday when we stopped. Yeah, so basically I drafted out an API that I think might work from a user perspective. It doesn't seem like it seems manageable. And now we'll try to implement this one by one. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to make this compile. Just really cheesily. Maybe like this. You started porting something. Ooh, let's have a look. It has PDF in its name. And it's from Nanometer, so... Yeah, going from this would be the same work as going from lib... I can't remember its name. libharu or something. So I'd probably... Unless libharu... Like, good to know that this exists. But unless libharu gives us trouble, I'm going to stick with it. Because the task is complicated enough without having a flaky base layer underneath. Only supports the 14 base fonts. Yeah, that's not enough because we need whatever font we have. I don't know what we have in the browser right now. Maybe it is one of the 14 base fonts, honestly. I don't use Google Fonts or any nonsense. I can't remember what we pick. Whatever. But good to know that this exists. 15 contributors. Oh, that's because you forked it and started rewriting it, or have actually 15 people? Oh, this is the original. This is still the C version. I thought this is already your fork. I see. Yeah, nowadays I stopped porting stuff. I mostly just, now that we have the bindings generator, I just generate bindings for most of the things. Okay, so we have an add image. We have a set position. That's not that hard. Set font. We should look into how fonts actually work before we even write this. Whatever, let's just make it compile and then we'll do the work. So we have text string max width float. I think everything's float in the API. We can change this afterwards if I'm wrong. Set position actually takes whatever. Yeah, that's gonna be gnarly. Add HR. What else? Set text alignment. Oh, that means we need text alignment. Maybe I don't using here. It makes it easier to have a name that doesn't suck in the arguments. Nope. What else is new? So I'm now, I lost my position here. Table is new. Table. Probably lots more to do, but whatever. It made you appreciate the people who got through the PDF spec and implemented. Oh yes. Everything's complicated. I know. I know. I have some very. I wonder for what project was that? I relatively recently had to generate some or modify some PDF or find something in a PDF without help. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, right. I had to convert TIFF images to PDF. That was fun. And the order is gonna be, we said top and then clockwise. I don't know why I picked that. We can at least make it slightly easier. What's the one that CSS picked? Not that I wanna make CSS my go-to. Let's take border. Isn't there a format where you can specify them? Yeah. Come on, where's the description? 4 values, top, right, bottom, left. So we got the same order. That's right or left. Y is top, bottom, and all is X or... Come on, fingers, do your job. Okay. Morning, Argix. Nowadays you're so tired after work and thanking C++ after base classes. Oh, yike. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in this world right now. I hope I don't have to get back into this world, but... Oh, I recently, like, not inherited the code base, but I need to make changes in a code base. It's not fun. It's written it's written as if it was written by someone who just finished university and got their basic Java course, and like everything's 4-level deep inheritance and overloaded methods, and it's not convoluted like C++ template metaprogramming or any nonsense, but oh yeah, it's a PHP project, and it's like full, like the stupid way of object orientation. Like object orientation can be useful in some regards if you do it properly, but if you like do no composition, everything via inheritance, everything via like template methods, it's frustrating. So I just changed this API to be like this. Oh, and we want the color as well. And I picked the colors in the wrong direction. I didn't even realize yesterday. I did FF for dark. Boy, what was I thinking? Actually, I picked vector 3 for the color. So this would be like, I don't know, 0.7, 0.7, 0.7 or something. And we're gonna just pull this out. 0.7 is probably nonsense. 0.4. I don't know. What do I know? We'll see. So set row border 0. And this is 1 light border color. Bottom. Well, you have to make it a template. You have to make it multiple templates. No, I thought that's the way to go. You need a you need to specify you need to implement it for arbitrary many dimensions of color. And for arbitrary like value types, it needs to be a template. Okay. So color is a 3 of 0, 0, 0, 0 by default, just so that we have defaults, so you can just set the size. Maybe we don't make you specify size and color every time. Don't know yet. Yeah, 100 by 100 like color matrices. Like maybe you're like color fluid and you want to have like 10 additional colors. Like you don't fit into the RGB stereotype. And CMY is just oppressive big printing color scheme. So set text alignment, begin table, set row border. Add header row. And we gave it a list of text size alignment, which would be a basically this, right? And I called this column. Okay, how about we try to compile this and just make it up as we need to. So this thing will need to go into, we don't have a create yet. And we went back. I'm just gonna alloc for now. I don't want to think about it. Memory is not going to be a concern here. And speed wise, this is going to be a pointer anyways, so maybe we just Or we do it the other way around. Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. Okay, so we init. This one needs to live in the document. Nope. I think dinit. Is it dinit? What's the current pattern? I forgot. I thought. Isn't star the default? I guess it's not. What's the default buffer? I forgot. Okay, whatever. Defer. What was it? Free. I thought I did that. Whatever. So here we'll say, so this is salvaged. We're gonna say document or PDF is a document. Init PDF success is init PDF. If not success, exit one by. And now all the PDF references need to change to this. Oh, and I can't do it in batch. That's a shame. Ah. Yay. Okay. Let's make this compile. What's your problem? You need a PDF, first of all. Oh yeah. We're not JavaScript. Now you're trolling me. Ah. Damn it. We're not JavaScript. Can you tell that I worked on a JavaScript project right before we did this? Okay, give up. How do I feel about C++? It's complicated. Oh, you don't know Bureaucrat? Sure. Font. Yeah, let's look at how libharu does fonts. We probably want to do a TrueType font, but whatever. So we look at what this one does. Oh, and font and size are separate. Okay, so that's what I expected, kinda. Except that we didn't. Keep track of that here. This needs to be here as well, and we need to look up what font is in Haru. It is from the getFont function, which returns a font. All right. Easy enough. Yeah, I know that star is the clipboard I use it all the time. So 0 is the default. I could have sworn that I tried 0 and got the wrong thing, but maybe I just overwrote it by accident. Hooray for Vim. I probably need all of this. Like basically all the state we want to support we need. And one more thing that came to me yesterday evening or this morning. Now I made the API for our previous design. Why is my Brave browser not here? Here it is. Thank you for taking 10 seconds to show up. Basically, we made the API to create this design, but one of the reasons why we wanted to revamp our invoices, and we postponed that until we did the PDF version, but this is not the design we want to have. And the design we want to have is going to have more complicated stuff, which means our cells need to be more complicated than they are right now, which made me very unhappy when I thought about it. Well, we'll have to deal with it. For example, we want to group this stuff by the date of the invoices. Thank you, Siri. I was watching yesterday's WOD and see you fix a typo in Fabman in another minute. Yeah. If you can't do that, change company or change what you do. Like if it takes you longer than a minute to fix a typo, if Jira is involved, like pack your bag and leave. Seriously. Just saying because I've been in these projects. No, like don't take advice about leaving your current job from me, honestly. Because you shouldn't do that. Like I like Jordan Peterson's advice on this, basically. But whatever, derailing. Why are we bringing more PDFs into the world? Because PDFs are actually, honestly, in my opinion, the best of... We have tabs in here. Wow, that must be an ancient... What editor config did I copy? I copied from Uniform. Uniform still uses tabs. Let's change that right away. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think tabs are better. The problem is tooling things otherwise, so that makes it annoying. But tabs are the better idea for indentation. But since the Jai core project, like the compiler uses spaces, I just switched to spaces for this project, and now I'm like, okay, let's do spaces. Shows you how old the uniform is. Yeah, this still says tab. Is it space or space says space? Okay. Isn't the problem finding a place that isn't like that? Yes, exactly. But then maybe create your own space. But all of that is easier said than done. Just because I did it doesn't mean it's easy. That's what I mean. Don't take life advice from me. I'm not in your position. Blah, blah, blah. Don't come whining afterwards. But a random Twitch streamer said I should leave my job. For me, fixing a single line bug in C++ can take a week if the CI doesn't cooperate. Yes, CI is flaky. Yeah, but that's not a CI. Like a CI that is flaky is not worth its salt. That needs fixing. Like we had issues like for Jai, we built our own as for everything. And that made things flaky, but that's a type 1 priority to fix, and now it's like really reliable. And nothing should take 3 hours on a CI. Well, I don't know what you're working on, but 3 hours is a lot of compute time nowadays. If you're hosting your CI on some shitty cloud service that doesn't give you any compute power, self-hosted GitLab, it costs about 40 euros a month. That is a third or fourth steeping of a tea. Yes, so that's basically hot water, warm water. We're gonna make a proper tea afterwards. For this reason, I'm still not convinced that DevOps is something that should exist. Forget labels. Like, just do what kind of process makes sense in your situation. People invent new fancy names for things. Well, okay, this is gonna be. Let's try to not make it too ranty. Where were we? We wanted to compile this, and we ran into import file Unix in module right. This is libharo Unix, and we're gonna import it at the bottom. Maybe not actually, because this is part of part of our API. Vector 2, yeah, that requires math. Why test? I said example is our current project. Oh yeah, too many zeros for vector 3. I agree. Unidentify column, that's in table, right? This is pdf.text alignment. I'm literally just leaning on the compiler to make this compile. Leaning on the compiler is one of the few things, like, have you read refactoring? That's one of the few things that stuck with me. 3 hours of function tests that test all the legacy protocol flows. Is this not something you can parallelize? Like, is this actually 3 hours of consecutive tests, or is this 3 times an hour of consecutive tests? We don't do CD, we have quarter releases. That doesn't, one thing doesn't imply the other. You can have quarter releases but still do like deploy 2 times a day or after every commit to a staging environment, and then once a quarter you take whatever it's on a staging environment and put it through QA and then to production and whatever. Like, you can still have CD, it's just not to production. But you have an environment that constantly has the current. You know what I mean? Like, it runs on 6 build servers for 3 hours. Holy cow, what are you working on? Like, is this legit 18 hours of compute time, or is this, no, it should be 30 minutes of compute time and we just made it worse with our tooling and language and test from 3G to 5G protocols. Okay, maybe that's, I mean, I still can't imagine that this should take 3 hours, but there you have actually the problem with these kinds of like real life protocols. A lot of this time is probably waiting for all the error cases. Like, if you have to try, like, what happens after if someone doesn't respond for a minute, the test takes a minute, unless you have something like speeding up the clock. But then you if you introduce something like artificial time for your tests, you could speed up your tests by having an artificial time clock. But then that causes, like, you don't want that to be your only source of truth, because there might be issues with that make, if you introduce things like that makes your real world different, the test world and the real world differently. Yeah, but even if you configure the timeouts, then that's scary if the real world timeouts aren't tested, because then you might have effects of, like, yes, with the test timeouts this works, but with the real timeouts it doesn't, because something takes a certain amount of time, and this is fine in the test timeouts but not in the real, you know, all these kinds of, or if you speed up time in the tests you might get false positives and false negatives because things, whatever. So yeah, that's a tough situation if you have to test real world protocols that involve real world like latency and timeouts that are quite large. This might just take forever. You can still engineer your way around most of these things, but that takes time and effort, and that means you have to have buy-in from management and blah 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 blah. This is called the fast loop in CI. Holy cow. Yeah, let's say there's room for improvement, isn't there? I now understand why I have so much time to watch streams. Model control path to return value, that's correct. This will be and this is also wrong. how do we want to do this? Do you set the default page size? You need, like, if you want to do fancy stuff in this library, there are tons of things in my head already that I need to adjust. But like, I'm often pausing because I'm like thinking, oh, I can envision this use case because I had it before. Does it fit into the current API? And if not, does it affect the current API? Like, for example, I might want to issue a table. Like, I want to set the page size. Then I want to create a table, put it there. It might overlap half that page and start 2 new pages depending on the content. And then I need to insert a landscape page in between. Like, I have 2 portrait pages and then a landscape page, or maybe the format for the next page is different. So I need a way to say, okay, just finish the current page and start a new one, and then I set the properties for the new one. But that we can add that. Like, nothing in our API prevents that. You can't change the page layout while you're emitting a table that's spanning multiple pages, but it also makes no sense. So I'm just thinking about these things while I program this. Just if you're wondering why I sometimes sit in silence for 30 seconds, it's when I have one of those thoughts and think through it. Compute text bounds. Is that a good... Bounds is also the wrong name because we don't compute the bounds, we compute the... It is the size, actually. Size doesn't... Yeah. Doesn't quite convey what I mean, but... I'm gonna add these, otherwise I might forget some. Okay, compute tag points, set page footer size. Actually, let's put these at the top. Height is better. So we need this property here somewhere. Oh, we have footer height. Awesome, I thought about it. No, it's all good. Nanometer. I understand that. Like, these are... The problem is with working on multiple things at once. So you work on something, you commit it, you wait for 3 hours to get back to okay. So you switch tasks to something else. And then, of course, you forget where you were. Like, you have to juggle 3 things in your head. I have to do that sometimes on projects, where I have to maybe even work on 2 or 3 different projects on a day. And you just... It's such a wasteful way of working. But I don't need to tell you that. 'Cause you know. Did I mistype this everywhere? No, just here. Man, who typed this? God awful. Okay, page width. Page width is... I think we just... I'm thinking, do we just grab through the, like, do we have a leaky API where you just are expected to call tons of things on the inner PDF? I wanted to say yes, but for page properties, it's not good because maybe we don't have a page created yet, etc. So we'll do this. They announced a new CI architect last week. The fact that this job title is architect, I think is problematic, but good luck. So we need to get page size, and just for fun, let's implement that. No, actually, let's not. But this is one of the first ones I want to implement. What's your problem? Time to reference it. Oh yeah. I actually don't want to use vector for all of these. I like the idea of, at least in Cocoa, it's that you have points and like width and height also are two properties just like X and Y, but it has like having something that has a width and height instead of an X and a Y is nice in code. Like now I'm using vector 2 for things that should be things that have width and height. Like here and here. I don't like this. Actually, I would actually prefer to have something with width and height. But I'm not going to do this right now. Say page footer size. What's your problem? Undeclared identifier. Height. Oh no. Why are you locking up, Vim? Hey, there it is. No, it's not. Footer size is compute text size, which is vector 2. What's your problem? What's undeclared? Vector 3. Oh. This is not get page width. We have get page size, so we can just say logo is a string for now. What am I doing? This needs a PDF argument. Title font, okay. We have title font is what was it? Do I have to provide a document for these arguments? Get font requires document, yes. Okay. So we say PDF get font PDF dot harudoc but if it's just a size, well, whatever, that's design, that's not gonna, we're not gonna do that now. So we get the font, I think it looked like that, and then we just say subtitle font is title font, and text font is title font. And what else did we have? We need a bold version. Let's look at get font. Encoding name. Oh, are these? Let me look. Yeah, they're separate font names. I thought so. Okay, so classic. So we have whatever, doesn't matter for now. Text font. Let's see what else we have. Width is page size.x. Padding. This is gonna be logo padding. Actually, this gets somewhere. Rich text header. Add text once more than 2. What did we do? Max width -1. Formatted address. We're just gonna take the one from my dummy. Oh, that's not very much, but okay. Set font, yeah, we wanted the oh, I said title font again. That's not what I want here actually. This is the table header font, which doesn't exist right now. I promise we will have something on the page in 15 minutes. We'll see. Your text alignment is not a member of document. True, that's here. We probably want this here. This is just, oh, we just have alignment here. Yeah, never mind. It's called alignment. Okay, if I said row font, we don't do that. We just say set font. Add table row. Okay. Getting somewhere. So the first one we need is just strings. Actually, yeah, let's be strict for now. Have a good work day, Nanometer. Good luck with your, like, CI environment. I have a union in such a vector where you can either call it X, Y, or with height. Yeah, I would like to have separate types for that. Hey, Draverstead, how's the BJJ training going? It's going well. We only do a relatively little BJJ right now because we're like getting. So my club is during the summer holidays. They are on break, so we haven't trained for 2 months. So we now get back in our rhythm. This means usually just rehearsing what we should know already, and that means mostly traditional jiu-jitsu right now, and then just. So yesterday, for example, we did 2.5 hours of training, and this was 2 hours of traditional jiu-jitsu and then half an hour of Brazilian. So we're not doing that much Brazilian right now, which is a shame, but it was nice. We had a couple of nice rolls at the end. So it's all right. It's nothing compared to pure BJJ schools. Like if I'm in Denver, I usually visit Easton Denver there, which is really like it's a great school, and the guys there, it's a completely different level than in our club. Like I usually visit because I'm jet lagged when I'm in Denver. I visit the early morning classes. They have classes starting at 5:30, and if I'm there, I've been there. I started last year, so I've been there 1, 2, 3 times a week. Like I've been there 3 weeks now, like 3 or 4, I think 3 weeks, and it's always the same guys. They're there every day at 5:30, every day of the week for at least 2 hours. It's like they have 20 or 30 people every morning at 5:30 on the mats, training like madmen. That's they get better so much faster than I do. It's not funny, but they're really nice guys. So like if you're at one of these schools, like what we do seems ridiculous, but I have to make it work with what I have. So and this one was just 0, 0, 0. And in the default color type is a map directive for exactly this kind. Yeah, that sounds nice. I don't want to have to implement it though. So we have add cell with the text. And then we have a version where you pass everything, and everything is called cell, right? Is it cell? Yes. Well, no, we don't want you to have to provide everything. This is cell state, maybe. And we can take part of this and turn it into cell. So text, not the border, maybe the alignment, not the font, the call span, and not the height. Maybe call this cell content. Yeah, the problem is we might need more per cell. As I said, we might want to group things. So if I think about, I didn't finish this thought, I don't know why, but this is like not enough for what we want to do. One of the things we want to do is we're going to group things. So I would have well, we can still do this with this table. I'll just use some column, call spans with different themes. So if we say here's everything from the 1st of April, here's everything from the etc. etc. I'm not sure if this is gonna be cell or cell state, honestly. This is just an idea, because the headers give us a width and it freezes up again. Are you kidding me? It's completely something's wrong. It's probably one of the plugins, but how do you figure out which plugin makes your Vim slow? Will this become a lib that you can construct PDFs with? Yes. Is it meant to convert something to PDF? Yes, it's both. But you'll, like, what's the difference? So this will have using cell, and we might decide differently. So basically I want to have, we'll have this information somewhere and we copy it whenever you create a cell into and create a cell state. That's the idea, the general idea. So this will be something like this. We'll discover all kinds of issues as soon as we start implementing this, but so all of this will be in flux for a while. How do we expect the default color? This is wrong though. Here we want no border. Oh, do we need an alpha? Do things have alpha? I hope they have alpha. Graphics. Path painting. Line width, dash pattern, color. Yeah. Set RGB stroke. It takes RGB, no alpha. No alpha whatsoever. That's no good. No alpha? Oh, that sounds good. XG state. Set alpha stroke. Is there documentation on this one, or do I have to figure it out on my own? No documentation. We have alpha in the wiki. No. Awesome. I like, yeah, the documentation is lacking. Dict at real, so I can't even look for this. But there seems to be an alpha. Anything about this? No. So we could look for this one. We have the source here actually. Let's, why am I looking there? Who pulls this off the dictionary? Why don't we have this? Oh, it doesn't search here. Because it's excluded from my Git repo. Sure, I wanted this in my file tab. Set alpha stroke. This is the add. Oh, they have stroke and fill upper lowercase. Okay. This does the same thing. Awesome. Set transparency. Who pulls it off the dictionary? Nobody. Is this just something that you set on the PDF then, or like, what are we doing here? No one interprets this. Is this just something that? So maybe this is just a property that then gets serialized into the PDF, and then the PDF renderer interprets it. It looks to me like that. Create extended graphic states. Can we find this in the documentation somewhere? Extended graphics. That's the only reference to this in the documentation. Awesome! This will be great. I'm looking forward to implementing all of this with this great documentation. But we have the source, like, how bad can it be, right? Right? Oop, the vacuum cleaner starts. I'm gonna clear its path, and also I'm gonna take that opportunity to get a fresh tea. I'll be right back. All right. Health asks, will you make it public? I'm not sure if I will make it at all, honestly. I haven't decided yet. We haven't tried the hard part yet. So depending on how bad this gets, we might not do it at all. This is an idea, and I want to see how far I can get, and then we'll decide. Bad percent, yeah, that's something we need here. Maybe we split this into content stubs and so what was it complaining about that percent? Set cell border. We had row border and cell border. Set row border, and we have the same for set cell border. Maybe this is not the best way to do this, but whatever. I'm just thinking that maybe I should have done, let's replace all the 14s with like text font size is 14.0. Title font size is whatever, 21. It's random numbers, doesn't matter. Okay, maybe I should have done it in steps. I wanted to see if I can make this compile, but it's not that hard, but it's slowing us down from doing the actual hard work, so maybe I should have done this differently. What's its complaint? Wanted int given float. I'm almost certain that this is a float. Get font. Let's look at the documentation. Graphics. Text showing. Set font and size. Takes a real, yes. Oh, and we can replace this because we now know what it is. It is pdf.font. And we can identify a bold text font. All right. End table. That's easy. Rich text footer. Yeah, we don't have that yet. And content. Maybe I don't even need to do this. Maybe that doesn't need to exist. This will add pages, and then we just see how many pages we have. Maybe that's unnecessary. This is all the table stuff, so maybe we don't even need an end footer. Might be a no-op. Okay. Add text. Text string max width. What did I think of? Oh, this should be a t-print. My bad. Maybe yeah, let's fix this before it happens. So this is page set size. We need this here as the default. Where are we? That's not a direction. That's an orientation. So we're gonna say also, like, I'm not excited by their names. Page direction is singular, and page sizes is plural. Meh, not a fan. We're gonna say document page size is page size, page orientation is page orientation, and then we'll say add page document. This is page size and page orientation. Yeah, and these need PDF dot. Same down here. Which means this one now is .a4. This will depend on the customer, of course. So maybe let's pull it out. Oh. Okay, we compile. Awesome. Let's run this. Assertion failed. Yay. Table row. How is this in module 3? This is a lie, which is not good. Why do we have... this is not good. This is a compiler error almost. Well, you know what? Jai example.jai. Let's use the x64 backend, see what happens. 0. These have bad line numbers. That's no good. That's really no good. So I'm gonna save this one. Oh, yeah. How did this not change anything? I guess it didn't pick up the editor config changes because that's too hard for some reason. Nothing. Interesting. I just replaced all spaces by tabs. Oh, here we are. I didn't even check those in. That's why I didn't change anything. So I wanna note this commit hash on the screenshot I just take. I just took. Which one was it? Yeah. This is my way of remembering this. See, I think I typed it correctly. And let's give this a proper name. Okay. So this asserted in add something row. Set row border in begin table. Begin table says new table, so table shouldn't be null. Add table row. Oh, text counts, table columns count. Yeah, sure. Let's not make our life unnecessarily hard. Okay, so this does nothing for now. Duh. Let's actually generate the PDF. We had that in our libharu test. It's save to file. So for now, we just grab through and take directly call liparo things. So now we should have an empty. We have nothing. Really? Nothing? Come on, don't be like that. We checked for error. Oh, I think that's what we do, right? Yes. So does this just crash silently? No, but it does nothing. Even though we have created a page, it doesn't log any error. Yay, now we're going to like figuring out what didn't work. So we created this one. Did we call init our now thing? Yes. Do we die for some? Do we early exit for some reason? Created example PDF, which is not happening, as you can see. But we added a page. This worked in the test. Like we just, the only difference is that we get a font here. Let me compile this one. That one created a test.pdf. So why does one work and not the other? The only difference is that we say get font. No, actually, it's not the only difference. We also do this here. So literally we say PDF new, we use UTF encoding, we say add page, we set the page size, we get a font. And then we say save to file. It's basically the same thing that's happening here, just hidden behind a layer. We say init on the PDF that says PDF new. We say UTF encoding, we add a page. And then we get a font, which is Helvetica, which is the same one here, right? Yes. And then at the end, we say save to file. I don't see the difference, but clearly there is one, because one of them works and the other one doesn't. That's weird. No? Let's do something stupid. I'm gonna copy pasta this in here at the end. Just to see if I'm stupid. Example got compiled. If I run example, we now have test PDF, but not example. What the frog is happening? Okay, yeah, I'm stupid. I see it. Why did this not neither crash us nor... Like, who knows what's going on? Just as a test. I don't like this API. I don't like this library. We're gonna use it, but man. So what's the error? The error is I never set the PDF on the... So two things are weird. Okay, I guess these are... This one we don't call, so we don't realize here that this should be harudoc. The bug is that this should be document.harudoc, or that I need to say somewhere here. So we called add page, okay, on a null document, and nothing happened. No assert goes off, no nothing. Not sure if I like that. I assume it returned null, so page set size got a null, also didn't complain. I know their error reporting depends on getting a document, because they store the error on the document. I would assert on, maybe we compiled without assert since they just return. That could be the case. So is it true now that we... Yes, now we get an example. And it's of course an empty page. Hooray! Okay. Okay, let's make this work. Let's do our first actual work. Let's make get page dimensions work, which that shouldn't be hard. And then we start writing text. Okay, that should be on the page, right? Page. Nothing. Height. How do I get the dimensions of a page? Come on. Do I just have to know them? This must be on the page, no? Oh, this is we're in graphics. My bad. I thought we were in page. Get width, get height. want a page? So page is pages count. That wasn't too hard. Let's see if it works. Oh, wrong file. Okay. Page dimensions. That looks roughly right as far as I can remember. A4. No, 60. No, that's nonsense. What's the metric here? I thought it was millimeters, but it's not. Does it say anything about dimensions? We say A4. It's pixels. So we have in pixels. I would have expected points or something. Okay, so we compute in pixels. Fine. What's the font size? Is this also in pixels? I don't know. We'll just try. So I'm gonna ignore compute text size. I'm not gonna try to abstract away what they're calculating in. We're just gonna take this. So the first thing I want to do is add text, maybe. So the font is not going to matter. We're just going to take, maybe it needs to matter. What's the default if we don't do anything? We'll figure it out. So we do begin text. Why is it set to position 200? Well, thank you. Let's look at the graphics overview. So begin text puts that in text mode. And then we can say color text state, text showing, text positioning. Must be invoked. Okay, so then let's do the font first. So we do title font, we say set font. Set font needs to happen first. Oh, and also here we would have to say this. So we're going to save the font because we're going to have to set this multiple times. So we take font and size, page size, page orientation, header height, footer height, position is our internal state. We have font and font size. Okay, so we're going to say document.font is font, document. Thank you. Add text. We're gonna need compute text size first. So that was on the page, I think. Text width. We want measured text actually. I have the feeling we have to do this pretty much everywhere. Okay, we get the current page. It needs to know the current font size, the current font. If font PDF page set font and size, page font size, okay. Compute text size. We have a page, we have the text. Oh, yikes. They, of course, take const character. That's annoying. To temp C string, I think. So just to measure text, we have to convert it to character, and then we do it again. I hate C strings nowadays. We're gonna do this twice for every, well, let's do the stupid way and then let's do the last stupid way. So we have the text, we have the page, we need the width of the area, word wrap, I assume we always want word wrap, but that's probably not true. So let's put that state here. Just so we can change it later. And don't bake it in. So we want PDF page measure text. And this is going to be a loop. While so we measure the text, we get back the number of characters. So this is where we actually do the first real work. So we went to measure the text on the page. We have C text plus offset. The width is max. Okay. If width is less than 0, we're gonna flip this. Because we're gonna need the width quite often, and we don't want to get two values if we only care about one. Width equals get page width, which will get the current page again. Maybe no. Let's do this in line. That's stupid. let's not abstract. Let's not start building abstractions right away. Okay. So we have the width. We want to get the real width. So we're going to have result is a vector 2. Line width is result. No, what line width is a float? What am I doing? You pass in the line width. If line characters is 0, what do we do? If this just can't fit, I guess we just return the result. And we have a success. Because you might have, I don't know yet how this API, this library behaves if you can't fit the first word. Because it's too long for your text, for your width. We're gonna try this though, because that's interesting. Let's do it here. Font 14, and then we're gonna say basically this one. Page, very long word that cannot be fit into the width we gave you. The width is going to be 10. I forgot the word wrap argument. That's after width. We want word wrap. And log, we could fit block characters. Real width of blah. Type 1 is 32. Really? Do they define bool as? Come on, you can do better. Unix. I can't replace this because then all the... I thought about just replacing the bool with a boolean. But then we change the size of the struct, so we can't do that. So we have to live with their stupidness. I mean, stupid. It's just what you have in C. Like, don't get me wrong. They even have a constant for that. Did I not see the true somewhere? Yeah, let's use that, even though. That's stupid. Okay. We could fit 0 characters in real width with real width of 0. Okay, so it doesn't fit the word. That's good. PDF get error. PDF get error detail PDF. No error. Okay, awesome. That's informative. So that's what I expected. If you can't fit a word, we just stop there and say it doesn't fit. Cheers and thanks for subbing. I ran through that matcha. Not much left. Well, we might need to have another coffee break pretty soon. So what do we do? If we got some characters back, we say offset plus equals line characters. Assert offset less than or equals to text.count. If line width is bigger than result.x, then result.x is line width. And what do we do about the height? How do I get the font height? I only have width modes. Does this one handle new lines? Probably not. We need to handle new lines. Is this... Current font size is just... Yeah, the documentation is lacking. Get X height. Okay, that's what we want. We have ascent, descent. Yeah, we have to do this ourselves. So we want properties like line spacing, etc. Awesome. Oh, and I completely forgot things like cell padding, etc. Just saying. So, and here we want, so we have font size, word wrap, line spacing is a float. Let's start with, I don't know what the default is going to be. How do they define their real, by the way? It's a float, okay. Okay, yeah. Now the nitty-gritty details start. This is where what we're here for, right? So we will. How's line spacing usually defined? Is it a multiple of the x height or the cap height? This is not English. The distance from the baseline of lowercase character. Shouldn't this be the distance from the baseline to the, like... I think they mean from the baseline to the height of the x, or the distance between the height of the x and the baseline. There is no different baseline between lowercase letter and uppercase letters, is there? Like, my font knowledge is limited, but it's not zero. Like, the baseline is the same for lowercase and uppercase letters. So the distance from the baseline of lowercase letters doesn't make much sense. What do you usually what's the common definition of line spacing? Yeah, awesome. That's not what I wanted. MDN line height. I'm not sure if I should look at CSS. That's probably a really bad idea. Depending on the font family. I wanted the formal definition, but I guess I would have to look at the spec. But maybe I shouldn't look for typography details on a CSS, because one thing that CSS really doesn't do well is typography. Font size. Multiple elements computed to font size. So they take the EM. Font size is scale factor applied to the EM unit of the font. I don't. This didn't look like we get. Figure below explains text positioning. Needs more explanation. I agree. But we know that it draws upwards from the position. Okay. Show text next line. We should look at those. Maybe there's current position of the text. Next line. So there is a definition of next line. There is a definition of line already in it didn't look like they have a definition of line. They have did I say position? Definition of line. So we should take a look at this. Text rise. When is this reset? Okay, it's intended for subscript or superscript. Okay. This documentation makes me unhappy. I don't know about you guys, but The horizontal rotation of text typically expressed as cosine angle. What do you mean with typically expressed? Can I also express it as a-tan of angle? Or like what they meant is probably it's defined in radians. This should read the horizontal rotation of the text defined in radians or something. Or I... Fuck. I mean, it's a free library. You can't complain. But you can. Like, either don't provide documentation, just say read the fucking code or something, but this... Okay, so we can do rotation. We don't care. So they have an idea about leading. So they have line spacing. How about, what did I want to look up? Line. Moved, so they have moved to next line. What happens if I write... I think we need some experiments before we can actually do this API. If we say PDF page, is it page that begins the text? It's page, right? Yes. So we say page begin text. Which is not on this line of this. So set font and size is only valid while we're in text mode. Looks like it. Maybe not. I don't know. PDF page. Show. Let's see if this works. Oh, I should have moved the position. PDF page set move text pause. That's relative. What's the difference? It's relative. They're kidding me. As long as my complaint's also free. That's a good take. Am I the only one who doesn't see a difference between those two? Okay, so move is relative. Do we have a set text pos? No, of course not. Move to. No. I want to have an absolute set text position. Okay, we're gonna look these up. That was not helpful. Okay, bindings, no. Oh, you're making this hard. Please search in libharu24 source. How about that? Oh, here it is. I just didn't see it. So what's the difference? Text positioning, TD. What's happening? So one does TD, one does TD. What does that mean? I guess I need to know the PDF details for this. Okay. The difference is the text boss 2 also adjusts the leading. Unfortunately, they're dead. Like, this is the same function, except for this one and this missing line. I'm not convinced in the quality of this library. I'm not convinced of the quality of this library. This looks awful. Okay, let's go to demos. Text demo. Let's look at the PDFs. Okay, let's look at the text demo. text with begin text. What are they using text with for? Oh, the center. Okay. So text out takes the position, or what? What are the elements of text out? Yeah. But then why do we have text? Text pos apps to rel. Are you kidding me? So to do absolute positioning, they change the absolute positioning to relative positioning, and then they move by relative. I'm sure that it all, like, I'm sure they have reasons for all of this. It just looks so weird. Like, it's easy to judge this without knowing the details, but it might be related to the transformation features. But it seems weird. And this one is not exposed, by the way. So if we want to render text at an absolute position, we need to do text out, because there is no API for setting the absolute position, it seems. Okay. Let's just roll with it for a second before I get really grumpy. Hey, fingers, stop that. So here we do text out. We want PDF page get. Let's just start at the center. And then see where this takes us. Oh, sorry. Nowhere. And I forgot PDF page and text. Just for completeness sake. So they do this absolute. So it seems like we can set it outside. That's good. So we can delete this part. So they move to 60-60. Show text. Move text pause. That's font and size. Okay, so one thing I learned is they ignore new lines. Okay. Maybe they do this. So we have to do the new line. We have to do new lines. I also learned that show text next line does nothing. Am I right? This does nothing. Is it like, do they have trouble with these? Does this mess with them? Or are they just bad? This does nothing. Absolutely nothing. To make sure that I didn't like that this actually gets updated, move text position. Which one are they using the demo? Text post or text post 2? Okay. So I'm not gonna move X. I'm just gonna move by let's say 14. That's our font size. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Yeah. So how is bureaucracy going? You can see I'm getting frustrated with the library, with the PDF library, because documentation sucks and the functions don't do what they say. You have show text next line, which is supposed to, let's see, do they use this in a demo? This always looks in tags. PNG demo uses it. They say file name and text. So maybe I'm doing, text leading is 0 by default. That's the problem. Which is a great default, by the way. Great default. So we say the text leading of 20. And now let's see if our new lines suddenly have effect. So this is going to be show text and then show text next line. We can keep this one open actually because this one updates on its own. Okay, show text next line works. New line is rendered as white space for some reason. As a blank, I mean. Okay, so we need to set text leading. Something's on the screen. Yeah, that's good. I agree. It's not great though. Things are slightly worse than I was hoping for, but fine. We now know what. So for absolute positioning, we have to use text out for random reasons. which is far from ideal. Can I get the text position at least? Probably not. Let's see what they do internally. Also interesting, how did they... So wherever I start the text, that's beginning of a line. So next line moves us back, moves the exposition back, basically. I'm just looking what they're doing. Internal right text. I don't get how they... maybe it's obvious if we compare. So it confuses me. So show text, next line. If there is no text, they just move to next line. Otherwise, they call internal right text. And then they write different control characters. But they write it afterwards, after the text. And that influences where that gets written. I think I need to read the PDF spec, honestly. So they write the text, and then the thing they write afterwards determines whether this is the next line, written in the next line or the current line. Because the only difference with what they're writing for show text and show text next line is the control characters they write after the text. So here it's a single quote for new line and space TJ for not next line. And then they keep track in their text matrix of what the reference point would be. Right? what was it called to move the text? Move text pos. And then they keep computing. So the reason why they do only relative is because that's what they do in the spec. They just write. So they write the stream to the PDF, whatever the commands are to do the thing you want to do, and then they always keep track of what its implications are for the internal state here. That's what text matrix and text pos, etc. are doing. But text pos is not actually ever output to the PDF. They're keeping track of where things probably appear, which is what they need to be able to do apps to rel, which they need to be able to write things absolutely. They even have a text rect. Wow, okay. What is this supposed to do? Doesn't specify region. They don't do anything about new lines, etc. Which is weird. So what I don't understand is, how can you do word wrapping but not handle new lines? I don't like, the API seems weird to me, but it may be because it just follows what the PDF does internally, and so basically what the PDF can do internally they expose, and everything else you're on your own. Maybe that's the reason. Hard to say for me. We have font measure. And here they put in word wrap. Okay. No. Measure text function. Oh god, this is an indirection. Okay, I'm gonna, because I'm going crazy here. libharo source rip grab measure text function is measure text in font TT. Oh, it depends on true type or not. Okay. It's measure text. which is in font TT. Okay. This one is in directly in source. Measure text. Where are you? Okay. We'll make with what we will make do with what we have. It just means I need to structure things a bit differently. I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes. This is gonna be annoying, but we'll do it. We'll power through. I'll be back. All right, let's continue. So what we need to do is we need to do the following. Damn it. Since this API takes C strings, we can't just stop at the end of the line. Well, no, that's not true. We can. What's the thing? This would be in string. Maybe it's a basic string. No, it's in string module. Find the index from left. That's what we want. In text, we want character new line, and we start from offset. And this returns, I assume -1 if it's not found. Okay, if line and offset greater than 0, then we say C text at line and offset is 0. We have a temporary string, C string anyways, so we just set this as the end. Then we just do a new line. We still don't know how we get the line height, do we? I want to set it as a multiple of the font size. Maybe we just do that. So in compute text, the question is, what does it internally do? We'll figure it out if it diverges. So if it's 0, then we just say result.y plus equals, let's do this. Line height is font size. That's just not true though. Let's do this for now. It's wrong, but it will get us further. Okay. Is this right? Let's do this here and here. but we only need to do this if we have a length. We know if we have at least one. No, let's do this and then simplify. So the width, we do this. Now we this one will only measure the current line. Okay, we know we have at least one character in the line, otherwise we would have hit this one or not even continued. So we measure the line, we add this, and then basically we do this. So if we had a line end offset, we go by line, go add an offset. Just 1 second. Hey Yolo, have you dealt with Sachem Launcher? No, we just skipped that. Luckily, we could just skip it. So this is now obviously the same, so we just do the following. This ends the line. Then we only do this in here. This assert is here. And that might already be it. No, we just do the error handling with a state object that we carry around instead of having this global. You can watch last day's stream. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on this one. So if we have a line of, no, if the line offset is not 0, it means we have characters, or like the line offset is somewhere further along, or we don't have a line offset. In both cases, we just render the remaining stuff. And if we had a line offset that's greater or equal to 0, that means we just have to skip over the new line and account for it here. There's more. So at this point, oh yeah, this is wrong also. So here we have to say if we can always I'm trying to fit all the cases in a short code. Let's just write it as it comes out. If offset is not text.count, we need to do this. Right, that means we couldn't fill yeah, now we're slightly inefficient because we're going to do this again, but whatever. It makes the code simpler for now. So this means we couldn't fit all the characters we wanted, so we have to break. This is what this does. That also basically accounts for this one. if line offset was greater than 0, oh no, wait, this is wrong. It's not offset. This is from the beginning, and we start somewhere. Okay, careful. If line offset is less than 0 or line offset is not line end offset. It's not offset, which means we're not at, like, we don't have a new line right away. Maybe we should do this, have a new line right away as a special case. Maybe that makes it easier. If line end offset equals offset, let's do this. Then we know we just skip over this one, do this, and continue. Okay, otherwise, maybe that's simpler like this. If the line end offset is greater or equal to 0, we set that position in the text to 0 so that this stops at the right place. Okay. Then we measure. Then we know how many characters we can fit. This still needs the word wrap argument. We add that many characters. If we have any width, we increase the max width we found. If we're not at the end, we need to add a line height. Do we need to add another line height? No. So either we hit the if we could fit the things directly up to the new line. This is basically what this one. Sorry, my brain's breaking, even though this is not that hard. Shouldn't be that hard. If we went exactly till the line to the line end offset, it means we fit everything we wanted. We still added the line height here. Now we just need to skip over this. So we say if line end if offset equals line end offset, then we just step over this one. We already, in this case, we added the new line already here, so we're happy. This might work. Let's try it. New line footer size is going to be just as said. Let's see if these values make sense. I don't need to specify this because that's the default. And here I'm just gonna say, oops, page new line 1 of 000, just as an experiment. Get the current page, yes. Same error here, by the way. Text font is used before its declaration. This is correct. I can identify the temp C string. Is this not? Maybe it's just called to C string. Does this use temp by default? Well, that was not a good idea. Okay, this one takes an does use the default allocator. We had a temp, maybe it was temp C string. Temp C string, that's the one I want. Okay, then define the index from left. You are right. Import string. Word wrap. Did we not call it word wrap? We called it word wrap. Type mismatch. If X word wrap, then you know what? No. Okay. Let's see what this prints. Wrong one. Footer size is, oh yeah, we forget this needs when we hit the end, we need to add, if we have at least one character, we need to add one line height. If that character is just a new line, do we say that needs 2 line heights? Good question. That's what I'm handling. That's the way I'm handling it right now. If you just say how much space does a new line require, it would be 0 width, but 2 lines. Is that what I want? I think so. Does this assume no wrapping? No, we are doing wrapping. That's exactly what we're doing. So that means we have a footer size of this, and if we break off the page, it's a bit longer than 50% and twice as high. That seems reasonable. 16.8 also sounds reasonable. Okay. So I think we can somewhat correctly compute font size. We need to do the following. No, the library does word wrapping, and we are now doing line wrapping together with word wrapping. So we still need to set, what was it? Set text leading. I'm not sure when we need to call this. Is this something we can do here? We'll see. And with that, we can try add text. So my problem is there is no way to get the end position right now from the library. If we do, okay, you know what, whatever. Let's forget like text at angles or something. And just say add text. And that basically does this. And we also have to do the new lines, unfortunately. It's very close to the loop above. So we say begin text, text leading we set before. Oh no, we need the page. Page is... Okay. How do we wrap text? Do we do it? Do we do a wrapping line by line? I guess we do it line by line. So this is... We're gonna do the tables later. For now, we just want the basics getting going. So we get the C text. We get the current page, begin text. Yeah, this is now page width. It might be cell width in the future. Buffer pre-write handler detected. What? Slow buff pre-write handler detected. Which one? That would be nice to hear. Which one is a slow pre-write handler? It might be the JI, so jails, or I don't know. But why would it pre-write do anything? Maybe, I don't know. So if we add text, we have to do sorry, just same shenanigans. And since we can't get the end position out right now, we have to keep track of that ourselves, I'm afraid. I'm gonna double check the code here. Not measure text. So we have enter text boss. So in theory, we should be able to get this out. I wonder why they don't expose this. Is there nothing that ever returns this? No. Strange. Okay, maybe we can do it without that. So we need to do the same thing as above. We convert to a temporary C string. We need to split by new lines because the library doesn't do it for us. And then we render line by line. And after every line, we need to check if we have to start a new page. Right? So can we do we have to do the first one with text out? Or is there a way? This is annoying. Can I just, well, we can say move text pause, yes. Okay. Do we try to calculate in coordinates that run from top to bottom, or do we keep, no, let's keep it the way the library does it from bottom to top, which means we're gonna say begin text, move text pause, this is page position.x position.y, so that we continue where we left off. PDF page get height. Okay, we have to check if the current line even fits. Maybe we just do this before every line. If height if position.y minus line height is less than 0, then we need to wrap, which means we're gonna say add page not sure if that's necessary, but we're gonna be nice. X is 0, position Y is height, which is not quite what we want, but I'm gonna start here. Oh, that also means we need to initialize, so do this here. This should happen in add page. So we don't need the height here, actually. We need it here. So we reset the position, and then we begin a new text. We move to position. Okay. Which means we know we fit the next line, unless we have pages where you can't fit a single letter and then your host. So we look for line end offset. We don't need text out, we need show text. This one does text plus offset. If line end offset is greater than 0, it's greater or equal to 0, we say ctext. Also, this is ctext. So we terminate the temporary string at the line end. And then we basically do the same thing we do here. So let's copy that and hope that it's correct. Instead of measuring, oh no, we have to measure to know how much we fit. If we can't fit characters, we just return. We just stop. Well, maybe that's not right. How do we handle that? What should we do? Like, let's do CSS. Let's determine an overflow, etc., etc. Like, do we care about this? Yes, but how? Like, what do we do if a single? Oh, I know what we do. We just turn off word wrap. If a word doesn't fit, we wrap it anyways. This is something we should do here. If line characters is 0, we redo the whole thing without word wrap. If we still can't fit the character, then you host. That means a single character doesn't fit into that width. What do we do then? Then we just say no way, Jose. So we need this version. That is more of what I want. Okay, so we know how many characters. Oh, but because this is C string, do I now need to copy this again? Really? That would be stupid. So if the number of characters we can fit in this width is not equal to the number of characters I want to fit, I need to only write that many characters. Since it's a C string, I can't set an end. I have to overwrite the character. Remember that and put it back in. We don't have to remember it because we still have the original string still. Oh, but here we said we might. So here I say set position 0, 0 because I want to be at the top. But we just said we're going to keep the positions as the library does it, which means 0, 0 is bottom left. Maybe I just change that because yeah, I'm going to change my opinion. Unless we want to translate. Nope, changed my mind. Our position is going to be 0, 0 is bottom, top left, which means down here I need to get the height, because this change is now if position plus line height is greater than height. Notice it's going to give us trouble. Let's not do it for now. It's gonna make everything harder. Let's just here say page dimensions.y. So let's do it. I want to do this eventually, but not right now because it adds too much complication. I want to translate to where the coordinates start at the top left, but it makes it harder because the font grows upwards, so we have to adjust our position. I'm just going to keep it with the positions that this one does. We have one less source of errors in our computations, and then we can flip it once this one works. Okay, we find the end offset. We see how many characters we can fit. If is this right? Yes. Okay. If wanted end is offset, then we just do position y minus equals line height. Continue, kind of, not really, but so we skip over the line end. That's easy case number one. If we have this is the special case for two new lines basically in a row, or just no character in that line. So let me write the line characters. If we compute the line characters. If offset plus line characters is not wanted end offset. Let's call it that. That means we didn't fit the whole line that we wanted to fit. In this case, we're gonna say ctext offset plus line characters is 0 because we're in C land. It's annoying. I could just pass in a shorter count if this freaking library wouldn't take C strings, but if it had an option to pass a count. But I don't want to get into that. Like, this is something we could extend. Because I bet internally it has to keep track of the count anyways to write it out. So it could just as well take an offset. That would prevent lots of copying. But whatever, we're going to eat that complexity for now. So we terminate early. We write that text. We ask again if this was the case, then we take text. So we restore what we killed. What else is necessary? Now we need to go to the next line. Here I need to tell it also to go to the next line. Which was which one? It's not show text next line, it was something next line. Move to next line. So this one needs to say PDF page move to next line page. And here we need to say in which cases do we move to the next line? Whenever we're not at the end. So here we say we can do this here. No, I want to keep these as symmetric as possible, even though it's a bit stupid to increment afterwards, but whatever. We could do this before and shorten this expression, but then it looks like less like this condition. So I'm going to do that afterwards. So now we have to say, is there another line following? If offset is not text count, this. And then here we will check if the next line fits. Sounds good, no? Does it blend? No. Not all control paths return a value. True. Line height factor, document dot line height factor. Okay, device size. Yeah, something is slowing down my Vim. I don't know what. Shall we give this a ride? I assume it's gonna create garbage, but well, let's just try it. We terminate. That's good. No error while generating the PDF. That's not good. 1051. What error is that? Invalid G mode. We forgot to end text. Not sure if that's it, but it might be it. That was it. So where's our example? Invoice is missing. Yeah, that's because we set the wrong position. Yes. We don't have the padding. Yes. We have two new line. Then we say formatted address. The formatted address was Devon, Britain. There's too much spacing here. There shouldn't be another new line here. But apart from that, Devon, Britain. So the new lines do too much. We have the date, due on. We don't take alignment into account. Yeah, these don't work because begin footer doesn't do its thing. This one doesn't. Oh yeah, that's stupid. But apart from that, could be worse. Okay, so first step. The initial position is not the height, it's the height minus. But what if you change the font size? No, the position must be the height. And we need to adjust the position before we render the first line. That's not true though. If you say 0, 0, oh. Yeah, this is where these different metrics start to get annoying. Let me think about this for a second. So the problem I'm thinking about right now is, if you say you want to just start to add code, start to add text. If you look here somewhere, where is this? I have too much crap open. We have everything open 10 times here. No, that's, yeah. So the text moves upwards from the current position, which means it grows positive. But afterwards, the position is adjusted negative. How do you want this to behave for different font sizes? Let's say you start, so your initial position on the page. I'll show you my great mouse drawing skills. let's I want to rotate this one because this is not going to do it, right? Oh, it actually rotates doesn't rotate the image, it rotates the working area. Okay, good. If we say our initial position is up top, at the very top, logically, if this is now positive, negative, whatever, if you now set the font size to be this big, then it means before I render the first line, I need to move the position if we start at the top corner, because if I start, if you draw an image in the top corner, you want the image to be here. Okay, this will be your image. If you render text, you want the text to, if this is my position, I want to start the text here so that then, I don't know, if I take an uppercase letter, that it fits so that it looks like it started at the top left corner, right? Know what I mean? So I need to adjust the position downwards right before I write a line. Not earlier, because you might say set position here and then change the font size. So I can't adjust it. So let's go back here. If I set it to the same position, so let's say I write a large text. Well, if I then continue with a smaller text, which I can't do because I can't draw with this mouse. I don't know how people do that actually. I'm just sucking at mouse drawing. If I then do a small text, I want this to have the same base type. Small. I want this to be on the same baseline. So I cannot adjust the position right before you write the line. That's just wrong, because then you can't write text of different sizes on the same baseline. So we have to actually move from the position upwards with the text. And then if you say go to a new line, so if we end here with new line, so one of the problems I'm thinking about is if I write a big invoice text and then I say new line at the end, we're gonna do the new line based on this big font, and then you set it to a smaller font and start writing, and then you have a way too big gap between those lines. But maybe that's fine. If you don't want that, you just don't add a new line here, or you adjust the font. Not the font, the position. So maybe we just do it like that. So text scrolls upwards. We don't adjust the position. So if you draw big text in the top left corner, you're just not going to see it. So you need to adjust your position. So that would mean here we don't say page dimensions Y, we say page dimensions Y minus something. And also, I want to be able to set a padding, and that should be taken into account everywhere. So we have header height, footer height. I also want page padding, or page, I guess you'd call it page margin. So we have You know what? No. Because then in add page we can already take those into account. The position is height minus page margin 0. So we subtract the top margin. What are logical coordinates? There's not going to be a current line because we don't have fixed lines. If you draw an image or something, it's going to move everything. If you mean like if you count the number of lines or something. And again, if we calculate the actual y on drawing that you get, then you get exactly this problem. You take a big text, you draw. So if our position is top centric, okay, and you draw a big text, let's just wipe this one. So let's say my position is here is my position. Okay, this is my position. If I draw downwards, so if you draw big text, I do this. And then you draw small text, it's going to be here. If I adjusted right before drawing, that's exactly what I meant. You don't want that. You want these two. If you draw two things next to each other, change the font size in between, you want them to be on the same baseline, not on the same top line. So it's easier to say, no, just text scrolls upwards, adjust your position accordingly before you start drawing text, than to make people account for this difference. At least that's my opinion. So page margins. And that's kind of actually what we want to do here. Let's call this net page width. Get net page dimensions. And then here we can just say net page width, page, get net page height, page. Okay, looks less like a mess. And that means here, net page width, page, And that means this is net. Where do we have get page dimensions? This is get net page dimensions. So here we say our margins are 20, whatever, let's do 20 on all sides. Not ideal. Maybe we want to make the right margin larger. And we want to have, let's do 40, 30, 20, 15. So just so that errors, if I swap them somewhere, that this becomes visible. Okay. We add a page that's gonna reset us to the top. I need to account if I wrap, I need to account for the height of the text anyways. So that actually appears at the top. In this case, but this is just for text. I'm not sure how we're going to do this in the general case yet. And we said that our new lines are too big. Oh yeah, sure, because we do it twice here. We said whenever we go around the loop, we adjust. So we don't need to do this here. That's why we had it twice. Here, dimension minus I don't know. I'm gonna just do this by hand for now. I don't have a good idea of how to do this. What's your problem? Unclear identify page margins. No. Liar. We're using a document. Oh, here. Yes. That's a bit stupid. Okay, let's look at the result. Awesome, perfect. Couldn't have done it better. Okay. Some things that are wrong. When we add text at a certain position, Yeah, like this abstraction is falling apart in all kinds of places. Because if I start some things, if my position is here and I add text, okay, and this wraps, because we go over, do I want it to wrap to this position or do I want it to wrap to this position? Depends on the use case. Right now, my add text would wrap to this position. What do I want? What do I need? I think I'm going to start with this one. We're going to have to tear this one apart pretty soon, but I'm going to do the following. I'm going to draw the borders. It makes it easier to see mistakes, just temporarily. When we say add page, I'm going to draw the margins. So we have to figure out how to do this. Shouldn't be hard. Haha. There should be something about a rect. Rectangle x, y with height. Lower left. Okay. So we say PDF page rectangle page. We want page margins. The left margin, then page margins, the bottom margin, and then we want get net page width, get net page height, and I don't know in which mode I can do this. Page description, okay, that sounds good. After we're in path objects, so how do we leave that graphics mode? Where is it? Path painting. How do I leave this one? Oh, this just creates rectangle. It doesn't fill it or anything. So I guess we would have to set the what's the default? Let's just not set any default, see what's happening. And then we stroke the path. Page stroke. Oops, that I didn't want to download that, whatever. So that should give us an outer frame. Yes. And my font disrespects it. Okay. what are we doing wrong? So why is the X coordinate not respecting it? By add page, we set the margin. Position X gets the margin. And maybe we should do this after we add the page. So we add text. Oh, yeah, sure. Our example. Right now here do we want this to take padding into account, set position? I guess so, right? Do we want the position to be inside of the net bounds? It should also take the header into account, header and footer. I forgot that as well. And if I'm in the footer, it should. Yeah. So I'm thinking about how to structure this API so that it makes sense from a user's perspective. I don't want to draw in the page margins. So if I say the page margins are, where do we do this? Here. If I say these are my page margins, I never want to be able to draw in the page margins, right? Because I might want to draw in the header or the footer, but not in the margins. Is that correct? I think that's what I wanted. That's what I would expect. So if I say position 0 and then this one, I expect this to go from this is how I wrote it. So here I take page dimensions. These are the net dimensions. So if I say give me the height minus 25, this already excludes the top and bottom margin. So when I say set position, it should add the bottom margin again. So I have to be careful with get position. Let's just do this. Page margins 3. And this is page margins 2. So that fixes some of this mess, hopefully. Let's run it maybe. Okay, yes. So the invoice is now where I wanted it to be. This is all bullshit. Why? How do we affect the Y position? Oh yeah, sure. This is subtraction. That's fix number 2. See, getting somewhere. Page 2 of 1, that's a lot. Okay, let's figure out why we still have too much spacing between the items. For every line, including the first one, I move down by line height. That's not okay. Why did I do that? I think it makes more sense to do it here. Here and here. So we don't do it for the first line. That makes sense. We just do it for wrapping. Okay. Better. The 2 walks into our invoice line because the logo isn't set, and we should get, actually, we should do the following. Let's do a get position. Because we would want after this one to get the position. And then here we want to set the maximum of let me think about this for a second. I get the current position. This is after writing the invoice text. Now I want to say take the lower one of this of these two. That looks like a bit much. And also we still have too many. We have to still have too much. So here there's a single new line. We render it as 2. So there's still something messed up with our new line rendering. this could be our line height calculation differing from what move the next line does. Could be the issue. But it's not, might not be the only one. So if we find a new line, and the new line starts right there, that's not the case we hit. So here we measure the text up until a new line. We show it, we add the characters we wrote. If this is not the end, oh yeah, sure, I forgot this part here. That's the problem. So if we wrote the whole line, we need to jump over the new line, or we're gonna do another one. That should fix it. It does. I don't like that these two move into each other, but it makes sense because here I didn't take the... Whenever you say set pos with our current API, you need to adjust for the line height. So let's do this. This gets too complicated, so this is now after logo and title. Yeah, this needs better APIs. But we're gonna see how it looks if we code the invoice like that. But I'm not happy with how complicated this is right now. Okay. Getting somewhere, though not quite. Now these two are merged. So invoice would move us down here. After 2, we change the font. And we add formatted address. Does this one adjust? I hope it doesn't. Looks like it does. If I skip this set font, what happens? That's not what I wanted. This one. No difference. So why does the address merge with the 2? If we say add text, this has a new line. Which means in our case, it has a new line at the end. So we find the line and offset. It is not offset. It's count -1. So we get all the characters. So this is not hit, this is not hit, this is not hit. We show the text, we add line characters. Line offset is offset, so we go over by 1. Oh, and this makes this text count. So we don't add the actually don't add the new line. Needs to be in this order. See? Yay! Works. This starts to get somewhere. This looks big. Not quite sure why it's that big. Oh, because we have a new line after the invoice. Do we adjust the line height at the end? The end. No, the position stays the same. We only adjust X, I guess. Oh, we don't. We don't adjust X. So we need to wait. What does this look like? Yeah, now we're back at this question. Like, if you start here, so you write some text, blah, 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 with one call. Okay, this is what the first call created. Then you write some more text with the second call, and this text wraps. Should this wrap to here or to here? And you need, like, you could influence this by setting a wrapping box, whatever. And the question is, what do I want to have in the API right now? And how would I define it to make my life easier when we then do the columns? Because then I want to have the wrapping in the column. And I would like to use the APIs we're just using to write general text. But if I just say add text, add text, add text, I expect it to continue in the line. And then I guess if it wraps, it should go back to the beginning of the line. And then we would have an API that sets a bounding box. That's pretty much what this one already does. So the problem is we're kind of reprogramming what's already partially in the library. The problem is the library doesn't handle new lines. So we need to do it ourselves. So you would set not a clipping, but a wrapping area, I guess. And if you don't do that, then the wrapping area is just the page. So this affects what we do here. If we hit this case, this is what we need. And now these two look awfully similar, so we're going to say if line and offset. So if we have anything to if it's less than 0 or it's not at right away, so we have something to write. If a line contains characters, then we do this. Otherwise, okay. Otherwise, we just do a single one, and then we do this. No. Let's just do it like this. That kind of makes sense. Okay, and here now we go back to the beginning. Otherwise, if we have finished, which means either offset is, so if, yeah, then we just say position.x plus equals line width. That means if we do this, I want to have something that tests this. Add text below the invoice, no, below the title. Append it below the title. Okay, yeah, so this is clearly too much. So we have, oh, did I just reintroduce the bug where we add too many line heights? I'm good at this. New line now counts twice again. How did I do that? I thought this fixes that. How did I mess this one up? But this one seems fine. Let's do something that wraps. This is our first test of the wrapping code, actually. So, fingers crossed. Yeah, now this wraps back to this position, which is no good. Why? We go in. Oh, because that's what this one does. Fuck. Sorry. Because the library is too smart. So it takes new line resets X. Or actually, it's not the library too smart. That's the PDF being too smart. Also, we messed this one up, as you can see. Because we put in width, not width minus position.x. And I have to be careful. Width is max width. This is net. The position is not net. So we're so if we say, if we have a page of 100, the net width is 80, let's say, because we chop off 10 at each end. our position is going to be 10 initially, so we can at most write 80. So our visible position to the outside is going to be 0. So we're going to pass in 80. Our real position is 10. So that needs to be added here again because it's not part of... Let's do it like this. That makes more sense, maybe. It's the same, but fingers. Stop this. Okay. So this should prevent us from going over the bounds. It does not fix the problem that move to next line thinks it should go back to where we called move text pos. So instead of move to next line, we're going to say move text pos. Unfortunately. Oh, but this is relative. This is relative because this API sucks. I don't want to call end text every time and begin text just to reset to 0 and then move text pos. That sounds stupid. Am I making my life unnecessarily hard? Yes. So I should do the following instead, just to not work against the API. When we begin text, we move the text position to where we want to wrap, which is 3. And hopefully that means that next line... We'll see if that helps. So we basically just set the height, and so that the X is going to wrap back to the margin. Okay. When we say move to next line. And that means we have to afterwards say PDF page move text pos. No. Oh, this is the same fork. I thought we started. No, that doesn't work. These are the relative ones. Right now, trying to improve the rendering of an expenses report. Yeah, but at least like what I'm doing right now, I don't know. I get the feeling like this was the point of this exercise, to see if this is a good idea. I'm not sure if it was a good idea. This feels too fiddly to design an invoice with, this kind of stuff. Maybe we can fix this by adding, like that I have to do the, let's clear below whatever we've drawn. Like we can probably fix this by adding APIs for it, but yeah, I'm grumpy that they do the wrapping inline, but it's not their fault. It's they just rely on the PDF spec. So no, let's undo this. So we move to position by hand. Now the problem I have is that I don't have a move absolute. I would want to move to this position. The only way I can do this with the API as it stands is to call end text begin text, which does a lot of work for every single line that I don't want to do. Like you can see that this does work. Maybe we just extend the API. We compile the library ourselves, but we could just add an API that exposes this text pos. Like that's all we want. So we can, or just expose, where is this absolute to relative nonsense? Like just give us an abs to give us a move to, like move text pos that takes an absolute position. So I want a I mean I can compute. Okay, let's do let's do it the way we can. Which means we're gonna say move text pos. We're gonna move it relatively simply. I'm gonna move it back by position X. Wait. What we're removing from position X is basically position X minus page margins 3, right? Sort of minus plus. So that means go back to the start. And here we do minus line height. And then we adjust ourselves. Does it blend? It blends, except for the wrapping, which still doesn't work. But this now wraps the right position. Hooray! But this one, this rubs me the wrong way. Oh, yeah. Certainly is now gone. So we go past way too much. So the remaining width is too much. Oh, why do I say plus here? Am I stupid? I guess I'm stupid. Ta-da! We can wrap with padding. Okay, let's figure out our new line issue, because this should be right below invoice. This should be right below 2. And then I'm gonna take another break. So why am I not capable of doing this? Line height. We only adjust by line height here and here. Okay. We should try this part of the loop also, by the way. We could easily do this just by setting ridiculous margins. Let's take a really high bottom margin and a decent top margin that leaves very little. So like this, maybe. Just as an extra fun exercise. That was not enough. And it doesn't work. Hooray! Well done. Oh yeah, because I ignore the margins here. There's so much wrong with this. So we want page margins 2. If we go below page margins 2. Hey, we wrap. Something's messed up here. What's the 256? That's Devon Britain scrambled. Oh. So we go back here. Interesting. And then the next one is fine. So this one should already be on the next page. Why is it not? Oh, yeah, sure. We forgot to go to the next page, like to get the next page. Devon Britain, scrambled, date, hooray, works. So let's figure out the new line issue. At the end, we find the index from left. It's going to be count -1. We set this to 0. We say we only wanted to go this far. The line contains characters. We write it out. Offset is not text count, because offset is text count -1. So we move down. The line contained characters, so we do nothing here. That's the stupid part. This is wrong. This should read if offset equals to line end offset, which is what was there before. And I'm just, hooray! This looks good. Well, good. This looks like it should look. We could do the footers, but they're not important. But you see, we now have 2 footers because we have 2 pages. They're just in the wrong place because begin footer doesn't do the right thing right now. But this is progress. We do wrapping. We can just have text back to back. We can do new lines. Seems fine. What I want to try right now is, if it looks the same, like if we do the line calculations the same way the library does it internally, and I'm gonna compute this like this. By the way, oh yeah, the logo is just too small. We're gonna leave more room for the logo. Let's say the logo is 200 by, how big is the page? We write it out, right? Wait, page dimensions, that doesn't seem right. Does it, do the dimensions not take landscape and portrait into account? Width and height. Width and height. Oh, never mind. That's because this is already this already is minus our huge margins. That's why I was like, why is the width more than the height? Yeah, because we did it with the margins. So if we have 525 in width remaining, by the way, what was this before? 20 and 15 or something? Whatever. So if we have 524, let's say the logo takes up 150 times 50. That's what we give it. That should mean the text over here should wrap much sooner. Yes, because imagine there's a logo here. Okay, and now what I'm interested in is if I copy this one, and I set the new lines exactly where they appear, must be do they look identical? So I want to know if our line height calculation matches the one. Matches the one that the library does internally. Okay, here we could have fitted the text, so our computation is a bit too eager with the wrapping. It looks like it should fit. So our wrapping computation is probably off. Oh yeah, sure. Because we do this now. Here. Okay. They look identical. Same. Well, is it the same line spacing? I think it's the same line spacing. It looks bigger here than here because that's because we start with AN instead of TH. But it's the same here. Yeah, okay, good enough. That's all I wanted. Okay, with this, I'm gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna do right alignment of text, because these should be right aligned. At least that's what we say, I guess. Where is it? Yeah, it's a text alignment right. So these three I expected on this side. And then we could go into the table. Maybe a lunch break in between. I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be back. All right. Hey, Invisible Cat. This almost gives you PTSD. Well, because right PF library with some API. So you mean like the library we're using or like the library we're writing? I should set a T timer for this. You wrote with wine doing. Yeah, let's reinvent the wheel. Okay, the library had something about right alignment. I'm not sure if they had some text alignment stuff that won't be here, right? Set text. Is it rendering mode or what is a rendering mode? No, that's filling and stroking. Okay. What's text rise? Oh, that's the one. Yeah, we looked at this. Oh, there's a set text matrix. Oh yeah, we looked at that as well. Text out was the one that takes arguments, right? Yeah, X and Y. So I want actually where's this alignment stuff? Where would I find it? Oh, we can just look here. Which one takes text alignment? Oh, text rect, which we're not using. Because this one doesn't take new lines into account, as far as I saw. Let's see if I'm right. I think it only does the it does wrapping though, no? I thought it does wrapping even. But you don't have an argument for wrapping. So how would you... Yeah, okay, so we have to do this ourselves. That's a shame. Is this the only function that uses text alignment? Yeah. I have to say I find the level of abstractions in this API very weird. Not this API, this library. So they give you low-level primitives based on what the what PDF can do, like these, which is perfectly fine. But then they also give you higher level ones that are really limited. Strange. Okay, so we use text alignment from that library, but we're not going to use the functions that take it. So we would have to do text alignment ourselves. We need that, so why not do it here? it's a shame. We're basically doing the same. Like our function here is in the end going to be basically the text rect function, except we're also going to handle new lines. And just because of that, we have to rewrite it basically. Not great. Tea is still too hot. I should use the coffee. Okay, we know how many characters we can fit. So the only thing we need to do for right alignment, I don't need justify. I just need right alignment right now. The only thing we need to do for right alignment is to move the text. What do you expect to happen if you right align text? What do you expect the position to be at the end? Okay, I'm gonna try this. So we know how big it's gonna be. We know how much remaining width we have. So we can just say, so text alignment, does it already do anything? Yes. So we have alignment. If alignment equals case left, nothing to do, case right. You know what? If we don't support anything, we shouldn't use their enum, actually. If we don't do justify and all this. Center we might do. Whatever. Let's just assert on it. Not that hard. Also, who wants justified text? Left needs nothing. Right means we say PDF. If I use move text pos, anything that wraps is gonna be messed up. Because move text pos adjusts where they write stuff, annoyingly, when it wraps. Oh, but no, it's fine. We actually, over here, we remove the begin new line. So this is fine. So we can just say page move text pos, page, and we want to only adjust the X position, and we want to adjust it by remaining width minus line width, right? And for center, we want to do the same. Halved. And we show the text. This one means position.x. Okay. Let's try it. Ta-da! That was easy. Okay, good. That basically looks like the end goal. Like we're almost done. What do you think? Okay, so number one, our line height is a bit bigger. And we're using a different font, etc. Whatever. But okay, I think we go and start working on the table. Huh? Or do we do the page footer? This is easy. No, let's start with the hard part. Actually, let's get going with the hard part. Let's don't do the ridiculous ones. Also the rect here. So let's say we want a top margin of 20 and 15 or something. Okay, let's do the table. Let's commit what we have. Okay, now we start with the hard part. So hard, annoying. Let's say annoying. Let's do this one just for simplicity's sake. Let's do HR first. Is it no? Let's keep this as a palette cleanser. Begin table. So at some point we say add header row with a number of columns. Okay. So here we have, the table has an array of columns. We could just set this, honestly. And then for every one, fill last row. Because we can't render last row until we know the next row. Because of the border stuff. Okay, so we are gonna say assert oh, and we need to repeat the header, so we need to save the header. It's not enough to do last row. So let's do headers. The header is just a set of cells. Once we have the columns, yes. Yeah. Maybe we should split this. Maybe we should split this. The definition of the column widths and the content of the header. Okay, let's start simple. Let's start simple. Four columns. This will clash because using document and columns. Oh no, this is in the table. No, it's fine. Four columns. Let's do assert table dot columns. The table doesn't have any columns yet. Four columns. Array add. And then we need to clear the text, or we just ignore it. So we add it here, and we add we don't have a cell state right now. So we'd have default row state is cell state. Default cell state. Meh. What's the difference? How would he? Let's look at the API. So we set the border for a row. That differs. Border is different between row and cell. Everything else is not different. if I set the cell border, maybe let's do this. So I say cell is a table cell. State. I want I copy the cell from it. Let's do this differently. Let's say add cell document. No. Sorry. I'm fumbling around because I'm thinking a few steps into the future and like how do I want to use the functions we haven't written yet to define the header so I don't have to do things twice. So that's basically what's slowing me down right now. Yeah, let's do the following. Table columns. And then so we don't have to loop twice. Then we say table columns it index is it. Why am I doing it like this? So now we set the number of columns here, which is going to be important because I want to use in here, I want to use add cell simply to define the header. Because what I want is, so this should work. If add cell works the way I expect it to, then this should work. And then after we did this, I'm gonna say array copy is there even one that takes? Yes. That's just mem copies, but that's fine for us. Table header, that's the destination. Table current row. Actually, this will be table last row if it works as I expect it to. And then we just say array reset table. No, actually we keep it in last row. So we have it in header and last row, and that's it. That's all we need to do. If I implement add cell correctly. Not sure if we're gonna do that, but we can try. Okay, I want more space. So with this, how does it work? This is just a call to add cell with document and text is text, and all the rest. Alignment is alignment, and or I guess this is text alignment or something. How did we call it? Alignment. And what's the other state? Call span. We don't need. Okay, and this one does. We assert that there is a table. Assert table. Columns count is not 0. And then we say table current row array at, okay, no. State is a cell state. Table cell state. State dot cell is data. State dot borders is next cell. Actually, no, we just say this. State is next cell state. We procrastinate, basically. We assume that all these are set correctly. Array add table current row state. If table current row count is table columns count, then we say table last It's going well, I think. I'm a bit disappointed in the library, but it's going well. Thanks. So at this point, we need to finish the row. Let's do it by hand and then extract it. So we need to finish the cell because we just did this. So next cell state needs to be updated. But maybe we want to finish the row first before we do next cell state because it depends on this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to say table last row is table current row, table current row. We could, instead of doing all the array add, etc., we could keep these. We could keep the memory around. Okay. Let's say compute height table current row. Once we have the height, we can now say if table last row. If we have a last row, how do we merge? Now we need to decide how do we merge borders between rows. does the thicker one win? And which color is taken? Do we just say we take the thicker one, and if they're the same, if they have the same thickness, we take the color of the second one simply? I think that's reasonable, right? We pick the thicker one, and for same thickness, we pick the later one. That's easy enough to understand. We say merge borders, table, last row, table, current row. Draw or run a row, and so this is basically a finish row or something, not sure yet. And then we copy current row to last row, and current row gets reset. This doesn't work. This is a bit silly, but whatever. We could do better. Doesn't really matter. And then we compute the next cell state. And we do this the following way. We copy from the column plus the row borders that we need to tweak. When do you expect, so if you say set cell border, when do you expect this to be overwritten by the row borders? Does set cell border only affect, like if I want to say I want to have lines between cells, so what I'm thinking about right now is, how do I say what kind of lines I want between cells by default? Maybe we take the style from the header row and just copy this over. Yeah, but we defined add header row like this, which means you don't set borders per row. So you can't define this. This sucks. How do I want this to work? If I want, let's say I always want a horizontal line down here. A vertical line down here between those columns. So between first and second column, I want the line. Either I have to set this every single time I render the first or second column. Or I need a way to set the default cell style that somehow merges well with hey, I want to just set that this row should have a thick line, but I don't want to, what do I want? How do I expect this to behave? Or do we just have a set default cell border and that's what gets copied? What gets copied every time? And if you want something else. But then how does set row border affect this? Or does set cell border basically set the default for the next cell in this column? So if I'm here and if I'm before the first cell and I say set cell border, I set the border for every first cell in every table, in every row. And then if I've written this, so I'm basically here and I say set cell border, I'm going to set the cell border for every cell that follows in the second column, etc., etc. And set row border basically sets the cell border for the first cell on the left side, for the last cell on the right side, and for all cells top and bottom. I think that's what I want. Yeah, maybe that makes the most sense. So we don't have row borders. We have, I guess we store this in the column. And then we don't really need next cell state. Padding will behave the same way. Font. How do I expect font to work? We haven't talked about padding. We have it here, but we have no API to set it. Does chat have any opinions about this API? How would you want to define this? Do I want to re-specify the font every time? Something like padding, I definitely don't want to specify. Font, should the font be saved per cell? As in, if I set the font to bold when I do the first cell, should it keep that state when I go to the next row? Yeah, then the question is, how do you set the default and how do you set the override? Are these two different calls? Is it a parameter to set cell such and such? I don't want to have two copies, one to set the default and one to set the override. Or do I have all the fields in add cell, so you override by providing them, and if you don't provide them, then you get the default, but then I need to be able to distinguish between not provided and all the values. But maybe that's the way to do it. So the cell state you pass has a font size of -1. I wanted to just use the set font function. That's what's bugging me a bit. If I have a way to set the current font, I don't want to have a different way to set the current font for what I do in a cell. I'm trying to keep the API small but understandable. For things like font and alignment, where you have an API to set it, I want to just take that when you start a table or start a column or whatever. Although I'm violating this here already. What do I want? Not sure how I want this API to work. If we discard add header row and just make this you add cells one by one, then we could just, but I don't want the header to be, I don't want to copy the header values to every cell because the header is usually different. Alignment maybe is the same, should probably be the same, but not necessarily. You might want to have your headers center aligned. Some people do that. And the rest left or right aligned. If I say I have defaults per cell, how do I set them? As people say, yeah. I agree. I think honestly, let me check something. Let's create a new table in Apple numbers. Default style. No. Okay, so they left the line. I remember some, maybe it was Google Sheets. It wouldn't surprise me there that the header by default had center text. But yeah, I wouldn't take Google as a style guide. Maybe not use the header row as default. Yeah, I need the header definition to repeat it on the next page. So I need the header row. The question is, how do you set the default per column? Is this something you also set when you define the header? And it's separate. It's same but separate. Like it's set at the same time but separate. Or is there a different way to define this? Like if you have to set it before you add a column for the first time. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna get another thinking. I just had a coffee, but I'm gonna get another thinking coffee. I'll think about this. I'll be back. I'll be back in 2 minutes or something. All right. The coffee machine is currently blocked by intense cooking activity, so I didn't get a new coffee, but I thought about it a bit. A column should have a header and a default style. Yes, totally. The question is, how do you set it? Like, that's what we have already. Like, we have a definition of the header, and we have the column definition, which is not necessarily the same. The question is, how do you set it without having tons of duplicate functions that just differ in what they set. I like the idea of copying the alignment from the header. That totally makes sense. Like, the alignment of the header will influence the alignment of the cell corresponding, like of the same column. Font-wise, no, I don't want it to inherit what I used for the header. But the question is, how does it remember it? If I just... I can imagine doing the following. When you set font, it both changes the current font of the document and it changes the default font of the current cell. That's might lead to unexpected behavior though. This has nothing to do with object-oriented, if you ask me. It's completely separate. So we could say this is a cell style, basically. And how about I just let you set the cell style? You pass it in for the header, and we're gonna copy that to every default style for every cell. No cell has more than just text and style. It has a text, it has a style, and it has computed properties. And something like call span is something that's not inherited now. This is just cell content, maybe. Okay, let's try this differently. This is a cell style. This is a cell content. This, like, I already see this being, like, if we want to allow multiple texts, etc., in a cell with different fonts, etc., this is something we currently don't support. We should allow it though. Alignment is part of the style. Oh yeah, totally, it is. column definition is a cell style plus these. Cell content is going to be way more complicated in the future. It's going to be an array of content, blah, blah, blah. Is unaffected by this. The state is a cell content plus plus the style plus the computed properties like its current height. Okay, is that enough? If you set the row border, it's gonna affect how do you do this if we don't have the columns yet? I think we have to do this differently. I think you do begin table gives the cell style, but that's cumbersome. It gives you a number of, you say how many columns you want. Okay, that's the bare minimum. The borders are part of the style, of course they are. But the question is, like here you don't have a row yet that you can set the border on. Because you define the header afterwards. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. So if you define the table up front, then something like set row border will work because we can set the style of the columns. Because we can define the columns even without knowing their like content or alignment yet. Then when you define the header, so this would now work. You say begin table, we have 3 columns. We could let you specify the widths. Maybe that's better than the number. Like give the widths. So begin table, instead of num columns, you could say column widths. But then you can only specify the widths. And then you can call set row border, etc. That's gonna affect the border of the next cell or the next row. And then it's just the first row defined is becomes the header row. And then you could specify how many header rows you want, and this works automatically. Maybe that's better. Then there's nothing special about the header. So this would change to be begin table -1, 15, 20. -1 means auto-calculate. Then we set the font, we set the row borders, and then we just say add cell, PDF, description. I'm just playing around with this one. And this automatically defines the header. Because we have now added 3 cells. And how do you distinguish between take the value that was set last and take the value that was set as the default? That's still a question to me. Maybe the font just shouldn't be in there. Maybe font and alignment is just something you set. It would make things so much easier. Well, then I can't add rows like this if the alignment is not saved. So how about font is not part of the style for now? What would it change? Why can't I take the same rules I use for alignment also for font? I'm not sure about this. So it's not that I don't know what, like I can implement this in like 3 different ways, and I'm undecided which one is the best one. I'm thinking about myself in 6 months. Like if I have to write my second report with this one and I haven't, this is something I'm gonna touch only from time to time. If I come back to this in 6 months, in a year, and I'm gonna create my new PDF table for a different project or whatever, we tweak our invoice layout, I don't want to be surprised by how it works. So I'm trying to imagine what kind of API makes the most sense, both being concise so that you see mostly the data and don't have like, I don't want this, okay? Where you have like, you know what I mean? So I want to be as concise as possible, but also don't surprise myself with how it works. Just setting alignment for every cell separately and don't remembering it is definitely not surprising, but it's not concise. remembering the alignment. So text alignment is something we have generally as well. So we use the same set text alignment function to set the alignment for a cell or for the next text you render, or whatever. How do we store that? Like if you say text alignment, how do we determine that this also sets the default alignment for a certain column? That's what I'm thinking about. Or do we just, maybe the smartest thing is just to say set table align, set default. Maybe I should just do this. Maybe I'm trying to be too smart. Maybe I should just do this. And that's it. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing it. Like I'm saying the first one should be left and the second and third should be right. So maybe we just provide an extra API to set the alignment. Even though we have an API for setting alignment, this makes it unambiguous that this is the default and you set the defaults, and this one does not set the default, and that's it. This one overrides whatever you're doing next. This one sets it for all subsequent rows. That's the way to do it, maybe. What about the font? How do we remember the font? My feeling is font should not be per cell. It's a bit annoying if you have one cell that should be bold, then you're constantly setting the font, adjusting the font. But I don't have that use case right now, so I'm just not going to do it right now. So I'm saying font is not part of the cell style, it's part of the cell state. How do we behave with respect to borders? This is a state in the table. One second. So I think I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use the lunch break to think about this. But my feeling is we just save the font in the state, borders and padding, we keep in the style, so that gets repeated. Font you just set for now. That's inconsistent, but that's fine for my use case. We could introduce a set default font, cell font or something. I'll think about it. I'm gonna take a break. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about this one. Maybe I should just try to implement it one way, and then we'll see what's happening. So we set the column widths. we just introduced set default cell alignments. That seems useful. So here we say table assert alignments count is table columns count. We could do this per column, but whatever. Table column, so 4 alignments. Table column it index dot that saves the default alignments. Done. Let's fix the mess we made here. So we have the columns, they contain the cell style. We have the header that contains cell state. Last row, current row, cell state. Next cell state. Okay, let's just try to make this compile. Next cell state is a new struct. So content will be empty. Style is columns, table current row count. Default. So that copies over the default state from this one. And then we have to say state dot font is font. State dot font size is font size. That's what we're copying from document, which means these apply. And then the data is that. That seems to work. Then we add that. And the height gets computed somewhere here. Yeah, here. Okay. This needs to happen here as well. If we have last row, we don't need to merge borders, we just need to render. Add cell, yeah, this is now cell content. Didn't match any of the possible overloads, yes, because of the star. We don't need the set text alignment anymore because we set it up front. This one now doesn't not have alignment. Yeah, this is a problem. Okay, that means we need to define our own alignment because we need to have a undefined alignment. Basically, that means use the default. Because if I add a cell, so we haven't treated call span yet at all. That's important actually. Let's do this right now. Otherwise, things will go boom. And just to make sure that I don't forget this one, and table assert not table current row count. So we want to make sure that we have complete rows. If data dot call span for 1 till data call span array add table current we add nulls to the table. So we treat 0 and 1 as equal. We don't need this if call span is not an unsigned integer actually. Okay. So the question is, if you define a call span, you basically have to set the alignment. If you span across cells with different alignment. So you need the ability to set the alignment when you add a cell. So my question is, if we have it, so my problem, one of the problems I have with this API right now, sorry, I'm struggling to make this, like we could do anything. Like I could just, how do you say, like bang this out relatively quickly, but then we have a shitty API. So I'm pretty slow right now because I'm trying to think hard of what kind of API makes sense. We have a set text alignment function. The question is, does the table just completely ignore this? Like, at which point does set text alignment influence what you do in the table? You know what I mean? Does it maybe, do we maybe, whenever we move to the next cell, copy the default cell alignment into the document alignment and then copy it back from the document to the cell here? That means you get the default behavior of this alignment, but you can just call set text alignment before you create a column and this will override. Maybe that's what you want. Then we don't need to have alignment in here. And then it behaves as you expect. Maybe that's the best idea. Well, it's the best I have right now. Add header row is no longer a thing. So we're gonna say document.alignment is table columns table current row count. So we copy this one out. we're going to do the same here. This is table columns, by the way. So alignment comes from here. And over here we say state.alignment is alignment. So we copy it back from the document. That seems sensible. And we could do the same thing with fonts now. Like this is a path that makes sense. So basically, as you move through the table, we always copy the current state of the next cell. Like the state of the next cell, we copy that style out to the global styles of the document. And if you adjust it by saying set, let's pick an example here. So this would change, this will need to change to be set text alignment PDF, right? So this would change, this is the first cell in the table in this row. Like this is the first cell in this row, but it spans 2 and it should be right aligned. So this would be left aligned by default because we said that this default cell alignment is left, right, right. So this would, as soon as we say add table row in this case, after we've added all the cells, we copy the style of the next cell, which will be the first cell, back out to the document. So this will be left aligned, but we override this by saying right and then adding the cell. So this would be a right aligned cell, and this one would be right aligned as well because we added 2 cells and the default style of the next cell is right. So this seems, yeah, I like this. I'm not sure if anyone can follow what I'm saying, but you get the idea. And we could now do the same thing with set default cell font and have a persistent font over cell that you can override with the default functions. We don't have to have a special set cell alignment, set cell font, etc. Function. But we can provide defaults, sticky defaults basically if we want. Okay, that took a while, but I think I'm happy with that. With the result, we'll see. Let's make it compile and then let's make it work. Add cell, this would be text equals, I deleted too much. What is now part of the text? Do we even need, like, what's part of table cell content right now? Alignment we just replaced, that doesn't need to be part of content. Content is text and call span, okay. And can identify next cell state, really? Next cell state, oh, it's table next text cell. And to make this less error prone, we're gonna over here say for table columns, it dot alignment is Yeah, so we copy the document default in here. So if you don't call set default cell alignment, you just get the default. I think that's good enough. Next cell state seems a bit superfluous now. This just needs the things like content is gonna come from the outside. Font and font size is gonna come from the outside. So style do we even need that? Alignment is going to come from the outside. Borders and padding. I guess borders and padding is the thing we need. How do we do these with respect to... I'm only talking in half sentences right now, which shows you that I'm like not sure what to think. How do we apply these to the defaults without having another default function? How do these influence the style? Let's try implementing them and then we'll see. Let's make this compile just state cell is data. This is not cell, this is content now. Re-add. Oh, it doesn't know if this is... So why can't it distinguish between item and multiple items? It should be able to. Oh, yeah, because this doesn't want null. I said cell state. I guess we have to push an empty one instead, not a null. My bad. Render row, yeah, that doesn't exist. And I guess we need document. Merge borders doesn't need the document, no. And we give it the row, which is cell state. Okay. I don't want to do the height computation right now. I'm hungry, I need a lunch break. But I want to do the rendering so that we can see that this worked, kinda. So we're just gonna say for row I see trouble looming between the different statefulness functions. So we need a stateless We need something. Okay, good. I already see trouble with our API, like not the API, but the implementation. Because we need a different. We need to split this into. I guess we have to set the text here instead of doing it here. Huh. Okay, I have the following trouble. We now have a conflict between the state in our document and the state in the inner libraries objects. Well, no, we can do this here. We can do the following. We need to, before we do compute, so compute sets this, which seems sloppy, but that's what we have to do. And then also rendering needs to set this. And then we can split these apart. Oh, right, this could just be add text basically. Whatever. So this could just be render text. This takes the max width. It takes font is a pdf.font and font size is a float. Which is going to clash with the document, so we can't using, which is annoying. Can't use using. Font size. Oh, we could. Let's do this. It's going to be less annoying to just prefix those. Okay, basically the rest of this can remain the same. And this just says render text, document, text, font size, max width. And then we can use this one down here in render row without affecting our current font. So we say document, we say column.text, column.font, column.font size, and max width we're gonna leave out. And then we're gonna do render text, document. This is crappy. This is just to get something on the board. So because we just render the text of every row with the right font, we don't do the borders yet. Just to make sure that this actually does something. Just it hasn't compiled for too long, so that's what I'm worried about. compute text and size. This is font size. Actually, text leading isn't relevant for this one. We don't need to mess with this one. This is table cell state. Not. Did I misremember these ones? Cell state, no, this is direct. Yeah, merge borders is not a thing. Nope, that doesn't take a document actually. Upper. Okay, this compiles. What is gonna happen? A hot mess, honestly. Let's do this at least, so that we have spacing between the columns. Don't expect too much. Yeah, we're generating. Oh no, we have a wrong. 51 was the wrong state, right? Invalid graphics mode. Whoopsie. Could be that some of these need to happen in here. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, now it's annoying that we don't know which call is causing this. If you just don't render. That worked before, right? Yes. So this is without the columns. Now, if we do render row, it complains that render text. Like if we just add new lines for every row. Is this fine? Yes. And the result looks amazing. Oh, what about the alignment? We forgot the alignment. So now here we can say, was it in style? I can't remember. We moved it around so much. Okay, but we know that this one is gonna be sad for some reason. Yes. If we render one row, are we good? No. Why is add text fine, render text is not, even though, oh, sure, because we don't set the font. No, we do set the font and font size, don't we? One of these arguments is probably going to be wrong. here we have one that has a null font for some reason. Description that amount. Oh yeah, sure. The null the call span columns are causing trouble. So we're gonna mark them specially so that we can skip them. If call dot skipped, continue. Which means we need in here in the cell state and down here where we do the call span. Still errors. Come on. Don't be like that. It still complains. So we don't have any empty fonts in here. I don't see anything too bad in here. If we just have one, let's just render the header. No, it already complains here. Why? This one works. As soon as we render a second column, it barfs. Why? We call end text like good citizens. Okay, I'm afraid we have to plaster this with check for errors. Let's use the one. What was the thing called? Haru doc. $253. So begin text barfs. Thank you. that's what I just don't see. Thanks. So once we rendered one column, when we begin text on the next page, it barfs. Not on the next page, on the next column, it barfs. Is it because of the... Oh, it's because it doesn't do this stuff? Then I'm grumpy. No. Let's do the other way. Okay. Just so we see what's happening. Rendering description, render text description, render content VAT, render text VAT. Oh, down here it's failing. Render text page 1 of blah. And then it's sad. So when we want to render the text page 1 of 1, then it is complaining. We have a font here. But here begin text complains. After end table. No difference. If we do this, it still complains. Wait, why does this not, why did this one not make a difference? Oh, because add table row does nothing. Awesome. Okay, so we render the next text and we fail as well. So interestingly, we can render a text after we call render content. This is just fine. Is it the new line at the end that makes it barf? I would be surprised, but nope. After render row, we can't render a text anymore. We asked, do you know OpenGL? Yes, but no, I can't help. Like last time I did anything in OpenGL was still at right after the fixed pipeline days. So shaders were around, but they're rare. So it's been a while. Not quite true. I did some OpenGL for some game prototypes 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I don't know, whenever the OpenGL, like whenever the iPhone 3G was a thing. Probably 14 years ago. Can't remember. Why does it complain about invalid graphic state when we enter? Oh, I have an idea. Do we return here for some reason? Yes. Do we hit this case? That will be it. Uh-oh. I knew it. So this one should... This one should break. Okay. Why do we hit this one? That is a bug. It means if the line end offset is so we reach this one when we render row with a trailing new line, but we do trailing new lines before, so why is row special? I think we just debugged this one. And I'm hungry. I need a lunch break, but I want to get this into a state where we render the rows badly, but render them, and then after lunch we can do the actual like computation of widths and heights and wrapping within cells, and then we're basically done, right? Debug executable, and we want Jai Bureaucrat example. Where do you launch this? We'll see. What did I mess up? Oh, yeah. Okay. What happened? We have an offset of 0. What? Line end offset of 3. So we're rendering row. And we give it ctext plus offset of 0 in a remaining width of nothing. Oh yeah, that's a bit dumb. Yeah, this is massively stupid. Okay. So So the problem we have is, and why it occurred now, is description and that and whatever was before, and amount, I guess. Why don't we render amount? Oh, because we're skipping. Those two fill the column. They shouldn't, but they fill the width. And then we try to render row, but there's just no room left. And I forgot this here when I did remaining width in these cases, that basically if we can't fit the character, we should just go to the next line. Unless we're already at the beginning of the line. That's the check I forgot. So we have a high, like it's relatively wide, but document position is at the end, basically. So we can't fit any more characters, and that's why we fail. It's funny that we hit this case, honestly. I'm a bit surprised. We have a new line after the invoice number. So we should be in a new line, and description plus VAT is not that long. So why? There must be another bug that, but let's fix this one first, because that is an actual bug that needs to be fixed. So if line characters is 0, it means we can't fit anything in the current row. We should see if we are at the beginning of the row. Otherwise, we should just wrap. Then we do this. I need to check my calendar for a second. Yeah, okay. So in this case, we should just break. So all of this, if we can't fit anything, we can just skip all of these. Basically all of this. If line characters, we do this. And then this just gives us a new line. Okay, let's try that. And then I need to take a short break. This looks good. Let's fix the down here our break. Yeah, so this can go away. This can go away. We add the space. We don't need the row. And let's look at the result. This looks awesome. Well, they are right aligned, so this is actually fine. The euro sign is broken, but that's due to the font. Or maybe due to bad UTF-8 support or something. We'll figure it out. See, we're basically done. Like, this almost looks like a table already. No? Okay, so let's add a to-do list. To do use a TTF. All right, I'm gonna leave it here. This is not great, but it's all right. I still have some time to spare today, but I need something to eat. So I'm gonna take a break here, and after that, we're gonna continue. I'm pretty confident that we can get some table rendered today. Like, this is not that far off. The complication is we need to adjust our render text function to render within a given rectangle instead of just rendering over the whole width, but that should be doable. Then we need to draw the borders. We don't have a way to set the padding yet, but that's relatively minor. Yeah, but this is not... We're getting somewhere. Okay, guys, let's find someone to raid, maybe. No, not Twitter, Twitch. So Godot, those guys, maybe they haven't seen. Have you seen the, I think it was, who retweeted this? Can't remember. Interesting discussion about the issues with Godot on Twitch today. Twitter/X. Is there anyone doing Unity still? Let's say hi to Tim. Oh, Togglebit is online. Where is he? Somewhere deep down here. Yeah, let's give him a... What? Cyberpunk? So he's gaming or what? No, we don't rate a gamer. So let's say hi to Tim, and I gotta run and get something to eat. Thanks for coming by, guys. I hope this was interesting. Chat has been quiet, but lots of viewers anyways, so I hope it was interesting. See you next time.